And we are here to finish the game of Edgelord. To see if these intrepid visitors to the lands of the dark can survive using their own innate attachments to all that is dark and gloomy. Last we left you guys off on our one shot. I believe one shots are a myth. I don't think they exist. But on our one shot, anyway, you guys were uh, at a local university attending a meeting for getting to know your inner demons and being woefully depressed that it was about self-help and not about actually contacting one's inner demons. You guys were suddenly thrust upon a world of darkness where all the lights in the building had gone out and a series of strange events had occurred. The first classroom you guys went to seemed to have the remnants of a portal that seemed to have come from the infernal planes. The next room you guys visited was the cafeteria area, though a demon was currently in the process of preparing its meal when a few extra morsels decided to walk in. Defeating it, now you guys have to figure out what to do next. What's going on here? And what is your part to play in this incredibly dark and shadowy venture? So with that, you guys have are currently licking your wounds, as it were, after an incredibly tough and grueling battle.
I take a moment to check on my mount because he got messed up.
Yeah, Thabo doesn't look too good. Was very injured after taking a variety of claw and fang attacks.
I will go ahead and feed him a moderate healing potion.
Okay.
I pull that out of my sleeves.
That was a good potion. That's 31 hit points.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Literally, you were 3 points short of just having a perfect potion.
I know. Gotta restart my roll 20.
Do we need to rest here in this complete darkness?
I certainly won't say no to at least a little bit of respite.
In that case, I can provide a cabin. It'll be cramped, to say the least, but it should suffice for a safer place to sleep.
What are the dimensions of this cabin?
I'll just post the spell.
Huh, 20 by 15? Or 20 by 20 by 10. It looks like.
I'm not going to necessarily be a stickler for this one. Most buildings couldn't host a 10-foot tall structure because most ceilings are like 8 feet high.
It doesn't have those gothic cathedral ceilings in here.
No, in fact, you guys were very depressed by how ungoth this was when you entered.
Don't worry, the cabin itself looks like a mini steeple.
There you go.
But you guys managed to create this cozy cabin. What does it appear? It is a hut by your design.
Exterior wise, it is the old Gothic style. It almost looks from the outside like the shape of a miniature cathedral, small spires growing from it. On the inside, all of the walls are painted black, a floor gray, and the 3 beds that do appear are very. I'm trying to find the right word for that one. All I can describe is very gothic in color with blood red sheets on it. The fire glowing a sickly greenish color.
Of course it is.
Of course it is.
And there is a nice black fur rug for Thabo to sleep on.
Oh, good. Yeah, we're not making
Yeah,
him sleep outside.
It's a bit of a squeeze for y'all to fit in here. As let's see here.
Would it really? Because we have a small creature with us.
I'm a tiny creature, thank you very much.
There's a little mini gothic bed on the mantle.
This is the approximate dimensions of your cabin.
No, we can still make it work. It's cozy.
We're just hanging out.
Not bad, not bad. All right, well, you're inside of this structure. And are you guys trying to take a long rest? What exactly is happening here?
Would a long rest be beneficial? Do we want to just go for a short rest?
Well,
Do we
short
have-
rest is
can
10
I-
minutes.
In Pathfinder, are there hit dice you can roll?
So in Pathfinder, at the end of a day after resting, during your next preparations, you would gain your level times your Constitution modifier hit points, a minimum of a modifier 1.
I mean, I would be good with 20 minutes. Just to get 2 focus points back.
Yeah, I'm not a spellcaster, so as long as the spellcasters need.
Unfortunately, from the looks of it, I may need. Well, I should be able to meditate and get my focus points back.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes for a focus point unless you have something that gives you more.
Nope. The only thing she'd really need more sleep for is to get the rest of her spell slots back, because she basically burned all of her first level spells. slots.
Okay. Does anyone have a med kit and is trained in the medicine skill?
Do I?
Why would we when we know death is inevitable?
I mean, that's very fair.
I am trained in medicine, but I do not have the tools for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I have the tools for it.
Shame. I gave Devin and Suzanne a bunch of gold to buy stuff with.
To be fair, the bombs I picked up were really cool.
They were cool bombs. Fuck
I have these
medical
bombs,
supplies.
though.
Those bombs are the shit.
I mean, I have potions and a demon mask.
You know what? To be fair, you guys were coming to this to hopefully,
We
survive
weren't
a
coming
hellscape.
stocked.
Oh, none of my potions heal.
Oh, good.
I have this and this.
Good.
Who needs healing?
I do have 2 lesser healings and 3 minor healings, if need be. However, one of us does not need potions, as he only needs stuff that damages him.
He only needs suffering.
Technically, you could keep cold touching him and he'd be fine. Just get
That's true.
a hand massage from a bunch of ghostly hands,
Slightly unsettling.
Only a little.
Take 2 actions to pet the bat companion, just cast chill touch in the process. So, did we want to go for the long rest? I technically can still function with my spells. I still have all of my second and most of my thirds. It's only the first level I'm really out of slots wise.
That's
You might as well, I think, rest. I mean, I'm below half, and I don't have anything to get me back up right now.
I'll probably need those potions later.
so you have my 3rd level, I have a 2nd level. I have my 2 of my 1st level spells, and then 1 more of my divine font.
Yeah, let's go for a long rest.
Might as well. We're all a bit shaken from what happened.
Okay. Well, you guys rest in this cozy cabin, hoping that nothing else finds you, as unlike D&D, this cabin is only as defensive as the door and the windows are.
It's a better warning system than nothing.
No, I mean, to be fair, you guys could be sleeping on, school chairs or on the table, so this is very comfy in comparison.
And who needs a lock? We'll just have Thabo move his tail in front of the door.
Yeah, he just lays across the front of the door.
Just on the door.
That's where he chooses to sleep.
I provide him with a rug and he chooses the door. I can admire the defiance.
All right. As time goes by, you sense the darkness ever prevalent. seems to only be growing stronger. And as the time goes by, though you find rest in your injuries and your wounds, all those who are injured can restore their level times their con modifier to a minimum value equal to your current level.
Oh, do I finally lose my drained condition as well?
Yes. Everyone loses the drain condition, and Thebo's wounds heal.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Back up to my solid 54 hit points.
So remind me again, how much do we heal? Sorry.
What's your con modifier?
It is 3.
Times that by your level.
Okay. So 18. That's how that math works, right?
Yes, that is the correct math.
I'm good at math.
Theba also similarly heals 6 times their con modifier.
His is also 18, like total.
Awesome.
His is 3.
So you both heal 18.
Well, that's better than nothing.
And Ebony, did you heal?
I didn't take damage. No, wait, I did. Why
Yeah,
is it
you
not
did
here?
take damage. Though, as you rest here, the darkness seems to grow ever stronger and even thicker at the edges of the doorframe you see across the hallway. As such, you each gain the Doomed One condition.
What does that mean?
That means that the number of times, or the number of dying value you can get up to is reduced by 1. So for most people, you can get to dying 3 and then you die.
But dying 3 is where we die now.
Yeah, you can get... Well, when you get to dying 3, you die instead of dying 4. It's the same as wounded in a similar vein. Only, unlike wounded, which can be reduced using the treat wounds action, this one cannot unless you have anything that treats the doomed condition. But beyond that, you guys mostly wake up refreshed. Sabari, the only one really still feeling the wounds from the other day.
Just a little slow to get up.
So what do you do?
Never further into the darkness.
And for further, we might as well. We've already gotten ourselves this deep into it. No point in turning back now.
I suppose we can continue to look after this fake darkness.
So yes, we're gonna go ahead and go back into exploration mode. Go ahead and set your marker. And where's the door
Oh, get
on
up
this
on
building here, Ebony? Okay.
Pick a side, any side.
The door just appears. Do you want to go second or shall I?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
We can keep. What was our order last time? We could just keep that.
Okay.
I
I believe that meant I
remember
was.
what it was.
You went second. I was the last one behind you.
Okay.
All right. So, with that, we go to Dante. You're first.
All right. You'll be doing the scouting action.
Okay.
That's the end of his turn.
What's your speed?
I have a 30 speed.
Okay. It's just because I think your token's in the corner, I got confused for a second there.
That's fair.
All right, Sabari.
Before we leave the cozy hut, could I light another torch in the fire?
Yes, you can.
Ebony said there was a fire.
There is a magical green fire.
Do I get to keep magical green flames? I'm just kidding.
Sadly, no. They turn normal orangey flame.
So with my torch lit, we'll head out. And she's taking the search action.
Okay.
That's as far as we'll go.
Okay. And Ebony.
She is going to do the detect magic action.
All right. As you step out of your hut, it disappears.
That's how things do. That's all of her movement.
All right. Back to Dante. And as a refresher, this is a door.
Walks up to the door and then begins to read its aura.
Okay, sure.
I would like to vibe check the door.
Habari. Or sorry, Sabari. Dyslexia kicked in hard there.
okay. He seems to be. It's very obvious that he's doing something to the door, isn't it?
Yes, he's doing some kind of uh, gesture and is mumbling to himself something. Seems very involved.
Yeah, she's just gonna have Thebo step back a little bit so he's not as in the way from everybody. She's gonna wait, kind of looking around, checking what she can see out, because she doesn't want to just, excuse me, pardon me, through the door with a Drake.
Fair enough. The biggest thing you seem to notice is a slightly foul odor coming from the room behind you.
Yeah.
All right. Ebony.
All right. And she will just wait there until our tiny companion is done with what he's doing.
Okay. Dante, at the end of this round, or this turn, anyway, you find that the door has no magic attached to it.
The door appears to be clean. That's the end of his round, because it takes 2 rounds to do that. So-
Yep. It's a full minute. All right, Abari. Or Sabari. Oh my god.
We just dropped the S entirely. It doesn't
The
exist.
brain, it just is not working. Anyway.
Can't really move with him. She will get off of Thebo and head up. Are we allowed
You can
to, like,
move through
as long as we
ally
don't end in a
squares.
space, can we move through? Okay.
Yeah, you can move through
I don't
allied
really wanna
squares.
shove the. Okay. If he says the door is clean, she will try to open it.
Okay. You open the door, revealing a hallway.
She just kind of gives a whistle for Thebo to follow, though he will follow on his own time so he doesn't step on Ebony. And she will keep going. I think that's as far as I can get.
Okay. Ebony.
And she will get about there. See if she senses anything.
Okay. Getting to about there, you don't sense anything. Dante.
All right. He'll go. And I think he'll stealth for the last action.
Okay.
I almost clicked on his spell.
All right.
Oof, rough roll.
So pretty decent roll. It's about average.
He'll begin making his way through this door.
Okay, and you open the door. Inside, you find a room similar to the one you guys started in. completely empty.
It appears to be just a classroom. But it doesn't hurt to check, I suppose. Go in there.
Okay. Sabari.
Well, hearing him say that it looks like just a classroom, she is gonna go. And she is not mounted right now. She'd gotten off, but I'm gonna move them together with her movement speed. I just wanted to clarify. She's
Sure.
gonna go this way. Look down this other hallway.
Looking down that hallway, you see a wall that kind of ends here to a window that looks outside.
Yeah, she'll end her turn there, just kind of making a soft, like frustrated sigh that all she found was a hallway with a window.
Fair. Ebony.
Also, not wanting to wander into a classroom that has nothing, she's going to take the route about splitting the party and move on.
Okay, when you get about there, you start to detect a somewhat powerful magical force. The school of this type is... Let's see here. I want to believe it's evocation. Oh, conjuration magic.
Can I guess a direction?
It pings at this direction from you. Oh, let me do that for the
Okay.
stream.
Okay. There's conjuration magic in this one. No, she just points through the wall.
Fantastic.
Was that all your movement?
Yes.
Okay, back to Dante.
He'll begin searching this room.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception roll.
Jesus.
There's an eerie stillness to this room. There's a possibility that this was just a room that was unused before whatever happened happens. Regardless, you still sense a prevailing darkness that covers the room. You don't see any objects of particular note. Nothing below the chairs or on the ground. It seems just like an empty room.
All right. He'll begin making his way up. Hey, I got through the door that time.
You
Congrats.
did it.
That would end his turn.
Okay. Sabari.
She will head this way. I don't think she can quite reach the door.
If that was your last move, then no, you're a step away.
Yeah. No. We'll have him back up just a little bit.
As you approach the door, you notice that typically amongst most of the thresholds of the doorways that you guys have entered into so far, there's been a cloying, crawling darkness that has been kind of seeping out like a mist beneath the doorways. This one seems much darker and thicker. You also detect faintly the smell of blood. Ebony.
Oh, that's not good.
Would you like me to open the door, or shall we wait for our companion to catch up?
Well, he seems to do some fancy magics every time we find a door, so we might as well let him check this one as well.
All right, I'll stay on the other side of it then.
You can continue on if you want to. As he's standing right here.
I can't even see you. I just hear a voice.
She can't see you. She doesn't have dark vision.
Well, you seem to be quite the expert on darkness and this false one.
The one that had the shroud below it earlier didn't give off the same feeling as last time.
That's for she'll end her turn.
Okay. Dante.
So this just leads to a dead end, yeah?
Yeah, just a hallway that leads to a window.
Hmm. That ends his turn.
Everyone.
We're all just here, hanging
One
out by
step
the door.
away from the door. The
I mean,
dreaded
let me look at this. I mean, if you guys want me to sense the aura, I guess. But we could probably just open the door.
Sure.
Sure to what? He gave you two options.
Oh. I mean, we can just open it. If we're all
Alright.
chill with the repercussions of whatever that may be.
Then, speaking of Sabari, it's your turn.
She just looks down at Dante briefly, kind of like, you didn't even, okay. And goes to open the door. Oh,
You
no.
open the door, and before you lies. Oh god, the stream can't see it whatsoever. One
Scooch,
second.
scooch.
That's not helping. I really need to change the dimensions for this window. Anyway, there at the center of the room is a large circle of some kind of arcane design. Designed in blood and what appears to be charcoal. At the center appears to be a doll of some fashion, roughly
It's
hewn
dolls.
from burlap and what appears to be sporting black hair. The entire room emanates this feeling of dread.
She hesitates for a second and is just kind of like, oh, well, that's not good. But she will take a step inside the room.
Okay, as you step in, I need you to make a will save.
Cool. Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen. You don't just walk into a spooky room and with no repercussions.
Also, I don't know why this room has this weird shadow here.
Well, that is certainly a will
29.
save.
Weird. Oh, maybe that's just the different light perspectives for you guys. Anyway, that succeeds. As you walk into the room, your torchlight casts shadows along the walls, and for a moment, there might have been a brief start, but nothing strange. You look around, there's just the chairs, all of them strangely facing towards the center of this room. Whatever this room was initially meant for, it's hard to say. And you get this sense that something abnormal is happening here.
She will move farther in. She'll stop right here.
Okay. From this position, you can see that the doll, though covered in burlap, has a tear along its torso in the center.
Of course it does.
And you can see its white fluff is slightly disturbed by whatever caused this. Ebony.
She will also step into the room.
Okay. I'll need a similar will save. Okay. As you step into this room, your magic senses go haywire, as this is a very dark and powerful ritual. You are frightened one.
Is this one of those frightened conditions where as long as I'm in the room, the frightened doesn't go down past one?
You don't know.
Okay.
Your character is just filled with fear, and as the torchlight flickers somewhat, the shadows seem to cast human-like shadows on the wall, but closer inspection, you see nothing is there. You're on your wits' ends.
Well, I'm here. May as well see if I know what kind of ritual this is.
Okay. What knowledge roll would you like to make?
Let's go with Arcana.
Okay. Okay. You notice that the symbol of the center is the arcane symbol for the 5 elements, though it has added features to it. And you can see that in each of these circles, there was some kind of component that was burnt as some kind of offering. Breaking it down and using your more dark nature. This is some offering to a being, maybe to place a curse on an individual represented by the doll. It has also been pierced, more than likely by a dagger or dirge, meaning that this is probably some malevolent curse placed. There's some elements that escape you, however, though, as this does not seem to be wholly an arcane ritual. But from what you can guess, this ritual is what caused the university building to be transported to this strange realm.
She passes along her findings to those that will listen. Whoever was making an attempt like this is obviously a fool and didn't use magic properly. Can I inspect the doll more?
Sure, what would you like to see?
Try to just get a better look at it from instead of. Yeah, can we search the doll? See if it's got anything on it aside from hair.
You will have
I would
to
like to loot the
go
doll.
up and stand next to the doll to do so. Okay. Stepping into the circle, nothing happens. You can roll perception to seek on the doll or investigate. The doll is made from very paltry scraps. You know, what appears to be the clippings of a burlap sack. Its arms and feet are tied off and it is filled with a standard cotton. Though the thing that is particularly strange about it is the black hair that seems to be coming out of its head. It feels like real humanoid hair. And it has been intentionally woven into the scalp of this doll.
And there's no signs of blood outside the circle or anything like that.
Correct. Everything here seemingly was used for the ritual, and the blood has mostly set into the floor. So however they did this, they either used some instrument or even their fingers to apply said blood.
Glancing around the room, seeing as all the chairs are there since she has nothing else to do, whoever it was made a show of it. And she puts the doll slightly back where it was.
Okay. Dante.
Because I haven't actually seen the doll yet. It kind of looked like a Furby when I went up one space.
I mean, that would not be far off. Have you ever seen a Furby?
It's fair. Roll will save.
They're pretty demonic.
Fail.
Damn, and I'm actually good at this.
As you enter the room, you're also filled with fears. The dancing shadows, especially from your perspective, move around, sometimes almost as if by themselves.
Mm.
You're also frightened one.
See, Birdie tried an Arcana on that one.
It was determined that it was not wholly Arcana.
That's fair. Possibly occultism.
It's up to you to decide.
Sure, I'll roll an occultism.
Okay.
Oof, 17.
It's strange. It has to be occultism based on some of the things that you can see in it, but from your angle and just the general sense of this room, you don't know even where to start what it is.
All right. Think you'll observe the doll, but more looking from like a crafter's perspective, I think, instead of a traditional perception.
You will need to move closer if you want to inspect the doll.
Well, then I guess I'll do that next turn.
Okay. Then we move to Abari. Oh my god, Sabari. That was so good. That was so good.
You're doing your best.
The dyslexia is really hitting me on this one.
This dude can like barely fit. She will. If he moved, can I also move, or does that count as my movement?
No, technically you use an action to give Thabo his own 2 actions. So, you use 1 action, he can move up to 2 times.
Unless he's a mature animal companion, in which case he gets 1 action to stride.
Is it?
Which I think he is.
We'll double check that. But yeah, if you want to have him move separately, you know.
Oh yeah, it does say during. Even if you don't use the command and animal action, your animal companion can still use 1 action that round on your turn to stride.
Oh, okay. Well, he has law movement, so we can say that last round he could have made it in here.
Okay, well then the 2 of us are gonna go this way. Set up on this side of the doll. He's gonna chill out over here. Because there's not enough room for him to stand behind me. Actually, he's gonna stand over here. He has so much movement. Can I also make an occultism check?
You can.
Uh, 20.
Okay. Yes, looking over the ritual, this does seem to be occultic in nature somewhat. More than likely, a curse placed upon someone. There were 5 offerings made. You don't know if the ritual was a success or not. You do know that a ritual of this size, though, must have included several people.
Do you mean like several people had to perform it, or like several people had to be sacrificed to it?
Several people had to perform it.
Okay. And she'll just kind of examine it from the edges with a frown, and well, somebody certainly pissed somebody off. Several somebodies to do this. would she know with that roll of any way to like undo it?
No. Your role is not sufficient enough to glean that information.
She will look over at the others and say, I'm not entirely sure how to undo what this is, but it certainly seems to be the root of what we've come looking for.
Oh, and I'll also mention, the in Pathfinder specifically, but in this world, rituals do not need to be cast by magic casters. So, if a ritual has some way of being undone, you don't necessarily need to be a magic caster in order to undo it. That's common knowledge for those who know rituals, at least to some degree.
I just smear my foot through the charcoal. Because you know what they say about breaking the circle.
You do so. Doesn't seem to have any effect.
No? Alright.
No, it's ended. It's all over. Congrats, you beat it. You just had
We're
to
all
fuck up the
dead
circle.
now. Would it have to be an occultism roll to try and figure out how to undo it, or would it be something else, like to puzzle it out? I'm just asking from like
An occultism would be necessary, though for this particular ritual, you didn't fully make the check, so you got about as much information out of it as you can.
Okay. She'll end her turn there, just kind of examining the ritual.
Okay. Ebony.
She'd like to see if she can glean what these offerings were.
Okay. That's going to be a perception.
That's a 19.
Looking over everything, you find it's somewhat hard, as most of it has been reduced to an ash smear upon the ground. It's possible that some of it might have been like a piece of paper, but some of the pieces were definitely of a bulkier nature. You can tell by the varieties of ash that was left upon the ground. In any case, most of these objects were handheld objects, though.
And because they're ash, they don't maintain a similar outline shape to what they were possibly prior with that roll.
Nope. Unfortunately, most of it just turned into piles of ash.
Alright, she will attempt an occultism to see if she can figure out how to break this thing.
Okay.
There we go.
Pretty good.
Burnt offerings are one of the most common forms of rituals when it comes to appeasements. It is thought that the burning and reducing of something's corporeal form sent its spirits to whomever the individual is trying to evoke. Sometimes in this endeavor, something might not be substantial enough, and thus the summoners might be punished by the one they're trying to evoke. Thinking about the ritual, something seems odd. Why would a ritual committed within this very building seem to transport it to another dimension? If this is a kind of more malign targeted curse, it seems, well, kind of counterintuitive. Unfortunately, you don't know what was being evoked, despite looking at the ritual. Though whoever was doing this would not be able to contain all this information. There has to be some form of spell book or ritual book in this building.
She would voice that. Now, if we're going to break this, we'll need more information. Get rid of this foolish ritual.
They don't truly understand what they tamper with.
We best keep looking. I doubt this is going anywhere.
Okay, so that was one action, Ebony.
Glancing around the room, could she see anything that looks like spell books or anything like that?
There doesn't seem to be anything of the sort in this room.
And these are just standard flat desks, or are these like the desks with the cubbies underneath them?
These are standard flat desks.
Okay. What we're looking for might be in another room. Go out and see if I can find anything. And that is it for her turn.
Are you no longer using your magic detection?
Yeah, she's dropping that to just walk normally.
Okay. Dante.
All right, let's give a crafter's eye to that doll.
Okay, you can use your craft skill using your wisdom modifier if it is higher.
Ooh. In that case, that will be a 30 with the
Okay.
-1 for the fear.
Okay. Looking it over, as kind of someone mentioned before, it was used from a burlap sack cut into pieces to craft the doll. The cotton inside is rather ruddy. The hair is strangely put clean, as if it had been washed. Due to your circle of knowledge, you know that this hair did not belong to a corpse. There's just a quality to it that someone as dark as you would understand. And the dagger used left a puncture hole in the floor below. So it was stabbed in this place, probably as some form of climax to the ritual.
They appear to have cut their own hair or somebody else's for this doll. Regardless, I suppose we should find more information. That ends his round.
Okay. Sabari.
It just takes an action to mount, right?
It's one action to mount, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, she'll get back on Thabo. And they will get to about there.
Okay. So y'all group together and begin moving forward. Ebony.
Seeing the door up ahead, she's going to head to the closest door.
Okay.
And she is going to open it. Oh no.
You see a room that has been completely destroyed. Many of the desks and chairs have been tossed about the room or smashed to pieces. As you look in, the darkness in this room seems deeper than usual.
Is it similar to the darkness from the other room?
It is. Also, when you left the room, I forgot to mention, your frightened condition is removed.
Okay. Alright then. Oh, can't hurt. Might as well go in and see what I can find.
You might have to drag through that one.
Alright. And that would, if it's the same as the other room, that would be a 19 will save.
Nope, not the same as the other. You don't have to make a save for this one. I just
Okay.
said the darkness is similar. But
Looking around, does this look like a scuffle or just complete destruction on its own?
if you have an action remaining, you can make either a survival to try to break the scene down or a perception to find any hints.
She does not have the other action then, so I will go ahead and do survival on my next turn.
Okay. Dante.
All right, let's begin the move. Uh,
What's up?
just thinking what I want to do with my action.
Okay. Make sure everything was fine. Sometimes when characters stack up with dark vision, it gets a little messy.
I'm the only one who can fit in this half square. Waff, waff, waff.
Yeah, I noticed. There's just a section of squares that your character can fit in. That's funny.
That was a weird set of chairs.
It's a pile of chairs in the corner.
Okay.
You'll have to forgive my lack of ability to craft a pile of chairs with standard chair images.
That's fair. Let's see. You said it was a survival to try and set up a scene?
Yeah, you can try to like rework a scene using survival.
Sure. I'll give it the old college try. $22.
Okay. You notice that a majority of the furniture is pushed out from the center. Besides this one chair, a lot of the various pieces of furniture have been placed into the corners, or I should say, thrown more. And many of the tables have been smashed in the various sides of the room. Whatever happened, the individuals were standing towards the center of the room and apparently just went apeshit.
Or started floating in the middle of the room and causing everything to crash everywhere.
Maybe.
That's all my actions, though.
Okay. Sabari.
We're just gonna head that way.
All right.
Get about there. She takes a look around and is like, well, somebody really did a number on the place. Is there anything she can do to, like, because I assume Ebony, or somebody, Ebony I think was the one that got the high occultism roll, told us we're looking for a spell book.
Yeah, you're looking for a book of some kind.
Can she, from where she's standing, look and see if she sees any books thrown about or anything of note other than broken furniture?
You can't really explore the whole room without, going to each piece individually. This is where the search or the seek action comes in play for exploration. Essentially, whatever you walk by, you'll end up searching through. As I said, these actions kind of take like 30 seconds to a minute, more or less, in time. So, it's just one of the benefits of exploration mode is you can kind of just sweep a room as you move through it. But unless you're doing said action, you'll have to investigate a lot of the pieces. You can guess that many of the chairs probably don't have the secret compartment housing the book, or at least it's highly unlikely.
No, she will just end there.
Okay. At the end of your turn,
That's when you go, oh no.
suddenly, there's a flickering of the lights. And they're not trained. All right. Okay. You hear a wispy beside you. though it does not scare you, as suddenly a shadow begins to extend up from the floor.
Good.
And it attacks. It failed its demoralize earlier.
You suck. Get good.
As it's going to attack you on your mount. Does a 33 hit?
Yeah.
Okay, you take 8 negative damage. And it's going to attack one more time. I don't think a 17 hits.
No.
And as it does so, you guys notice that there are several other shadows that begin to rise out of the darkness. As we're going to go ahead and roll for initiative.
All right, everybody gets a +2.
Ain't that fancy.
Wow, that was a really garbage roll for me. Damn, Ebony smashing it with the 33.
No, I added the 2 to the temporary.
Oh,
So we add 2.
Yep.
Okay.
It's not adding 2 to your initiative, though.
I did it in my head.
No, he's talking to
Suzanne.
Ebony.
Oh.
That might have been with their plus 11. No, yeah.
Yeah, because I added the 2 temporary because my original is a 9.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Strange that it didn't separate it though.
It is.
Okay. Starting off, Ebony.
Can I use a recall knowledge on shadow planes to see if I know what these creatures are?
You can.
Alright, she will do that. Alright, that's a 30 on the shadow plane lore.
That's going to be... Oh, that's a super critical. Because that's a lore skill roll, too. So, yeah. The DC was 15 for that one. These are shadows. They're a mysterious form of undead that lurks in the dark places and feeds on those who stray too far from the light. Originally from the shadow plane, it is believed that someone who has their shadow stolen and dies becomes a shadow. Shadows are most well known for their vulnerability to the light.
sweats while looking at spells. These things are sensitive to light. If you can use it, better do it. And to end her action, let's push back this darkness and give it a little light.
Okay. And just so you know, because you critical and I totally forgot, they're resistant to all forms of damage except for force, ghost touch, positive, and they double the resistance against non-magical. Any object imbued with light, and as per the light spell, counts as a magical weapon when attacking them. So you do dancing lights, filling up this entire room. Go ahead and roll for me a intimidation.
Rough.
To be fair, she's not trained in intimidation.
That is fair.
That is fair. As you cover the entire room with light, they all kind of and kind of like keep to the dark corners of any of the furniture. It doesn't seem to like burn them or anything.
And if you're going to hit them with something magical, ghost touch, force. Shadow's obviously not going to do anything. And that is it for her turn.
And I'll say, as a kind of added effect of your dancing lights, because it produces how many? 4?
Yes.
You minimize all the shadows in this room, which prevents them from using one of their abilities.
Okay.
This shadow's turn. Oh, nope. It is Sabari's turn, because players always take priority.
Cool. Well, I would like to hunt the one in front of me.
Okay.
I will command Thabo to attack, and I will also shoot it.
Okay.
He is going to... He's going to do a bite attack, try to bite the thing.
Okay.
Not like it's going to do much, but he's going to try. Does 29 hit?
It's pretty good.
1 second. That character sheet broke. That does hit.
So that's 13 piercing, but I know they're probably resistant to some
Yep.
of that.
They have resistance 10 to that, so they take 3 damage.
Cool. This is gonna be a long fight. And then he's going to use his support benefit on my attack to...
Okay, go ahead and click it.
Yeah. Do the additional fire damage.
All right. And go ahead and roll your attack.
$34 to hit.
Okay, that is a critical hit.
Oh. Oh, they get frightened when they're crit.
They do, and they are not mindless, so they're
I have
not
that
immune to
somewhere.
the frightened condition. It says they're on your weapon. Piercing plus
Yeah.
frightened on crit.
That's why we put it in the notes.
Yep.
He takes an additional 1d8 precision.
Okay. And because you have a magical weapon, he only has resistance 5 rather than 10. And we don't use the
good.
crit
And then-
damage roll. We use the normal damage times 2.
Okay.
I should disable that on your character. It's
Well,
just
you can
because
add an additional.
they're always different, but yeah.
You can add an additional 1 piercing and 1 fire damage to that.
All right. So, that's going to be 12 plus 1. And then he resists the fire damage. So he doesn't take any of that. Because he resists all damage, I believe. Yep. By 10. So that extra damage gets negated, unfortunately. But he does take, let's see, 13 minus 5, 8 damage.
Okay, and then so I shot once. Thabo did 2 things. So I got
You
1
hunted,
more.
you commanded, and
Oh,
you shot.
you hunted. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shadow's turn. So this shadow is going to move down, slithering across the ground very quickly towards Ebony. It comes up and strikes you. Or no, let's see. Oh yeah, okay, it's going to strike you. Does a 23 hit?
Yes, it does, and it triggers a reaction.
Okay.
Probably not going to do damage, but if anything, she wants it to know that she is not something to hit.
Okay. So it needs to make. You didn't change your DC for the spell. Should be a 21.
I attempted to, and for some reason, it wouldn't let me adjust it.
I will have to look over your character sheet, I suppose. But I'll make fortitude save. It fails. So on its turn, so at the end of its turn, it will take the 7 damage, and it has weakness 1 to piercing while it's bleeding.
And slashing damage.
Oh, does it take slashing damage too?
No, it's weakness 1 to piercing and slashing.
Oh, and slashing. Oh, you're correct. You're correct. Yes. All right, so it hit you. You took 9 negative damage. And then it's going to steal your shadow.
I don't suppose a counterspell can work on this, can it, since I already know this one?
No, because it's not a spell effect. It's an innate ability. You become enfeebled 1.
Just as a heads up, it would be a will save, not a fortitude save.
Oh, it is a. Well, whatever. It's fortitude is worse, so you guys get the benefit of this one.
So, do I still need to make a fortitude saving throw then? Because I know, at least when I use Steel Shadow, the opposing creature needs to make a fortitude save.
Yeah, no, this one is different because it's a different ability altogether.
Okay.
It's a shadow creature, thus it can physically attack your shadow.
Okay.
Trying to find a good enfeebled. There, I'll do that. So your enfeebled one, as he begins to pull your shadow, trying to rip it out from underneath you. That is an action, and yep, that's it. Next shadow is going to go. The one in the far corner here. It runs up, and it's going to attack Thabo. Does a 23 hit?
Yeah, his armor class is garbage.
Okay, so he takes 9 negative damage. And he's also going to get his shadow stolen as he begins tearing at his shadow on the ground. Trying to rip it away. Thabo becomes enfeebled one. The last shadow, the one you shot, is going to attack you back. Does a 22 hit?
No.
Okay, he's going to attack again.
Just barely.
All right, you take 8 negative damage, and he begins tearing at your shadow as well. It begins to scrape and slash at you, finally gripping onto your shadow and pulling. And as it does, you can feel the strength from your body leaving you as it's pulling on your shadow. Dante. Oh, no, I apologize. Did 24 hit you, Sabari? It was frightened.
Yeah, meets it, beats it.
Oh, okay. And then at the end of the round, he's no longer frightened.
All right. I think. Yeah. He will use Agonizing Despair on this one.
Okay.
Kind of noticing the light, he unleashes a fear effect of light on the creature, I guess.
Fair.
Or attempts to.
They're very afraid of the light. All right, that's going to be a will save. Failure.
They take full damage and become frightened 2. So that'd be 13 mental damage.
Yep, 13 mental damage and frightened 2.
Right. And then he'll move.
You do so, and it looks about and begins to shrink into its, like, towards the ground.
Fair. He'll, as he's moving, draw his rapier and get behind this thing and make a stab at it.
You use 2 actions to cast, and then you moved.
Oh, right. It is 2 actions to cast, isn't it? Oh, well. I'll just draw my weapon and position myself here then.
Yeah, at least you're flanking it.
Giving it a -4 to its AC.
Okay. Ebony.
Alrighty then. Anger that it's using a technique that she uses, and how dare it try to mimic her when she is an original. She is going to spend 3 actions to cast Magic Missile on it.
Oh, woof. What level of magic missile?
It's a level 1.
Okay, so the first bolt did 2 damage. I need you to roll 2d4 plus 2.
Alright, 7.
Okay, so that's going to be a grand total of 9 damage, and this is the one adjacent to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, as you pelt it with a bunch of missiles, it shrinks back a bit as each one just striking it, causing it to stagger back somewhat. Sabari.
I'm going to command Thabo to attack this one up here. So he's gonna try and bite that one. Does a 26 hit?
26 hits. It resists
He
all the
takes-
damage, though.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He's trying. He's doing his best. I will shoot the one that is now flanked.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm checking something.
No worries.
Just making sure the Hunter's Edge worked per round. I didn't want to use it.
Yeah,
if it
it's the
wasn't
first shot every round.
gonna do that.
That's a botch.
Just
You
16
do-
hit.
You do have a shadow point.
You do, so yeah, you do have a shadow point. Every session you begin with a new hero point, so, or shadow point in this case.
Oh. Then can I re-roll that
Yeah, you can totally.
and use my shadow point?
Indeed.
Does 25 hit?
25 does hit. So it's going to take,
Oh, and I need another D8.
yes.
11 total piercing damage.
Oh, and is Thabo helping? I guess.
No, he's not this time because
Okay. Well, then he does have another attack.
doesn't do shit.
Or I guess you don't even have to give him. He can attack
Uh,
every round by himself if you don't give him an action. So that can technically give you 2 more actions.
I was gonna have him move because I don't like where I'm at.
That's fair. I mean, you're free to do so. I was telling you that he does get an action if you don't do anything. But you strike the creature.
Yeah.
It's flat-footed. As you strike, you do notice that their bodies are mostly shadow, and it doesn't take precision damage. And due to its resistance, it only takes 1 from your shot.
I'm so useless.
Well, you might have some other actions. These things are definitely not immune to being intimidated. Anyway, so that's
Can I
that
use-
attack resolved.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna move. I don't like where I am. I'm not in a good spot.
Okay.
So he's gonna. Move back here.
Alrighty.
Just to kind of give myself some space.
You have 1 action remaining.
I thought I did one for him to, because I used his second action to move.
You give him a command and he can take 2 actions. He bit and moved. You have 2 more of your own actions after your 1 command action, one of which you've used to fire.
Oh. Well, then I'm gonna try and shoot this one. Not like it's
Okay.
gonna do much.
Don't forget, you also have benefits for trying to intimidate foes.
Do. Can we actually? I'll do as I go past. Am I allowed to count it as like my intimidation if I use Thebo to help me do the intimidation?
He has to take a help action to do so.
Okay.
You can skin it as Thebo intimidating them as you're riding them, if that's the aesthetic you want.
I was just gonna have him like roar at it as we went past, just gaping maw full of sharp drake teeth.
Sure, go ahead. Make an intimidation. Okay, so the one you passed by, you intimidated. As you do so, it seems to recoil from the drake snapping jaws. He becomes frightened.
Yeah.
And don't forget you have an extra benefit.
I'm trying to find where that is.
It's under your racial stuff. Or your ancestry stuff.
Ah, right. What level is this creature?
Why do you need that?
Because I'm invigorated by its terror, and I will gain temporary hit points equal to the creature's level, or 3, whichever is higher.
Oh. To the creature's level or 3, whichever is higher. Interesting. Okay. You gain 4 hit points.
Nice.
Oh, that's to any creature that gains the frightened condition. Neat.
Oh man, I should have gotten it from this other guy earlier. Oh well.
It has to be demoralize. Oh no, sorry. It's a reaction. So yeah, a creature within 60 feet gains the frightened condition. So yeah, you could have done that earlier to gain some temporary hit points.
That's okay, I forgot.
It's okay. Now you know. So you gain temporary hit points. Also, that's a really weird one. I would prefer to give it based on your level, because technically that just lets you find out the level of creatures. It's very interesting. Weird meta rule. Well, it's fine. It's not super important. Okay, that's all your actions. Shadows go. The one on Ebony is going to attack you. Does a 21 hit?
Just on the dot.
Oh, woof. Well, you take 12 negative damage. And it begins to pull on your shadow more. Making you enfeebled 2. And as it's pulling on your shadow, it's going to attempt to slink into your own shadow. But it fails due to the lights you cast earlier. Oh, wait. No, because Dancing Lights is a sustain spell, isn't it?
Yes, it is a sustained one.
Okay, so those lights are gone. So it's going to attempt to hide into your shadow.
Okay.
What's your perception?
Base perception, right?
Yeah.
That would be a 19.
Okay, so even though it slinks into your shadow, you still see it writhing within. It's going to try to make its last attack. Not from the concealed position. That's going to hit, though. That's going to be 10 negative damage. And you're now enfeebled 3.
Is that because they hit me or because they're pulling on my shadow a second time?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's bad. It doesn't hit you a second time. It uses the Seal Shadow because that is a... it's an action type. I forgot. So it attempted to hide into your shadow and failed to do so. So you don't take that 10 damage. You're still enfeebled 2.
Okay.
That's my bad. It's just the weird placement on these character sheets. Next is this shadow that has been intimidated by Thabo. It's going to attack Thabo again. Striking out.
Yeah, that'll hit.
I'm pretty sure that's a crit. 24 hit. This is definitely a crit.
Leave my boy alone.
That's going to be 22 points of damage. Negative. And it's going to pull on his shadow. Making Thabo enfeebled 2. And it's going to dive into Thabo's shadow.
I don't think he sees that.
So he dives into Thabo's shadow, becoming concealed. This final one. It's looking a lot more transparent than the other ones. Is going to turn to you, Dante, and is going to strike you.
Damn. -2 doesn't help me here.
Hey, but it's negative damage.
That's true.
Negative damage. It strikes you.
You're fine.
You don't seem to be overly affected by it, and it finds this troubling.
Ooh, that kind of felt good.
Regardless, it's going to pull from your shadow, making you enfeebled 1. And it's also going to try to hide in your shadow as well.
But his shadow's so small.
It's a decent... It becomes
That would be
concealed.
hilarious if it was a size category thing, but I don't think it is.
Nope. Unfortunately, these things are incorporeal and they can fit and slide into most shapes. So I believe a 25 beats your perception.
Yeah, it beats my 24.
So
Oh
close.
damn, you have a good perception.
I'm an expert and I'm a wisdom-based class. It
That's
helps.
fair. All right. So he also becomes concealed.
When he hits me, I'll do this.
Oh, the vendetta. Oh shit! I totally forgot the vendetta on the one that was on Suzanne. 1 second. Two damage. And then flat roll. Fails. And that was the last turn, and I didn't even do this run, so we gotta do it one more time. 4 damage. And it failed its roll again. So you can see it oozing out this black ichor. And Dante, technically, it's just concealed, not hidden. So you guys can generally still see them. I probably shouldn't move them to the GM layer. Well, I mean, you guys are aware that they're in your shadows, but you're not exactly sure where.
I still need him to make his will save, though.
Oh, that's fair. And then he would need to take his damage. Correct. Failure.
Nice.
So he'll. Oh, your blood vendetta doesn't roll. Okay, that's fine. I'll just roll it. Oof, 8 damage. And he continues bleeding.
Fantastic. All right, so he's concealed. So I'll need to make a flat check to hit him, right?
Correct. You'll need a DC 5 flat check.
Really? I'm going to use a hero point to reroll it.
Okay.
Okay.
Better.
If anything, I just burned a 4 and a 9 on that, so I can attack.
It's fair.
Does a 25 hit?
25 does it.
All right. I don't suppose it's undead, huh?
It is undead.
Awesome. This is a magical weapon that does 10 damage then.
Okay, which means it will take 5.
Cool. I will also activate the pacify ability
Okay.
as a reaction.
Which means it needs to make a will save, correct?
Correct. DC 20. Failure.
Fail.
It is now pacified for 1 minute, which gives it a -1 or -2 penalty to attack. If it's lethal, anyway.
Yeah. What kind of penalty is that?
It's just a penalty. It's kind of like the attack penalties.
Oh, yeah. Alrighty. Oh, there it is. Cool. Alright. So, yeah, that is one action, unless activating that is an action. That's a reaction. So,
All right. I'm in a weird situation where these things can't hurt me particularly in the normal sense. Oh yeah, so now that I think about it, technically I would be enfeebled 1, so that would lower the damage, but it's also weak to piercing by 1, so I guess that's just the straight
yeah,
damage.
so it just would do the same. Yeah.
Cool. Hmm. Fortunately, enfeebled is not an emotional effect. Otherwise, I'd be doing very rude things to this guy. All right.
Ebony, you're on deck.
Sure, why not? I will do. Yeah, I'll attempt it. I'll attempt a crisis of faith.
Okay. Interesting. Crisis of faith. Assault the target's faith. All right. Means make a will save.
Is this still affected by the concealed though?
Yes, because you have to see him to use the spell. So I need you to make another flat check.
Okay,
Success.
I'm good.
A little risky using a level 3 on that one. It's all good though. All right, so he's gonna roll. Succeeds. He takes half the damage. That's still a lot of damage.
True.
So as you give him a crisis of faith, it begins to shriek and it rises out of your shadow. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Before it evaporates. Sorry, didn't mean to echo that one. As it does so, a book drops onto the floor.
I don't have any actions to pick it up, but we have the book now. And he's just like, no one's ever prepared to face the judgment of their gods. And that'll end his turn.
Oh. Your damage was too high. I mean, it kills it anyway, but the damage your spell rolled the d8s rather than the d6s.
The d6s are at the top.
What do you mean?
Well, there's the 21
Oh,
and
there's
then
the
there's
additional
35.
damage. Oh, I thought that was an attack roll. My brain just skipped over that. Interesting. It still died, but... Oh, interesting.
Still dead.
That's... I like how they did that. I like how they did that and kept it within the coding. It's confusing because it says additional damage, but it's not additional damage. But whatever. Works out. Ebony.
How beat up does the one in front of me look?
It's not looking too good, but it's still got some fighting in it.
Alright then. Frustrated that this thing had the gall to think it could hide in her shadow. She is going to use Magic Missile and cast it at 3rd level. And she's going to use 3 actions.
Go
Get
ahead
'em.
and post a spell. Oh god, that's gonna do a lot of damage.
And as she gets more pissed, her shadow like shrieks away from it and forms on the wall, almost forming like this Medusa before these missiles dart out of what would be the ends of the snake-like hair for the shadow before it reforms to her shadow.
Okay. As it's pelted by a bazillion missiles, because it's heightened to the 3rd level, which means it shoots an additional missile with each action spent, so it shoots 2 missiles per. And yeah, 6d4 plus 6. Yeah, you do 20 damage to it. It is a mere shadow of its former self. Strange context, but it seems very translucent. Many parts of it are missing. Its eyes look almost regretful at what it's done after you're done with it. It does not look good. Sabari. A shadow slunk into Thebo's shadow, and you don't know where it is.
Yes. No. I'm gonna go ahead and try to shoot the one in front of Ebony.
Okay.
Does a 20 hit?
That hits it on the dot, but it takes
Oh,
no
I forgot to
damage.
hunt it. Oh well. Yeah. She just gets frustrated.
Your arrow
Can I
just
try to-
hits and like drops to the floor. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I try to hunt the one in Thebo's shadow? Or do I have to...
You can indeed. It is just concealed from you, so you can see it if you look hard enough. You'll need to make a flat d20 check with a DC 5. Success. So the one in
So that
Thebo's
one's
shadow
hunted.
is hunted.
I'm gonna try and shoot that one. Do I have to roll a d20 again, or do I just see it now?
You do have to roll a d20 again.
I think I see it.
You definitely see it. And fire. And whenever a
So
creature is
good.
concealed like this, you can always use a seek action to reveal it. Though if you did it in this scenario, you want to get your second attack off, so.
That's okay.
So go ahead and make your second attack roll. It's the number 2.
Can I use an action? Did I already say I was hunting it? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did.
Said that.
And you rolled for it earlier.
Does a 35 hit?
We'll consider it a critical, but you didn't use your number 2 attack because this was your second attack. But you rolled
I didn't
you rolled
know
a
that it
critical.
worked.
Yeah, so every time you attack in a round, you have to use the number 2 and the number 3.
Oh, I thought it was against the same creature. My bad.
No, it's any attacks. So it's all good. We'll consider it a nat 20 regardless, because this is what you rolled. So that's going to be 12 piercing. It becomes frightened. And doesn't take precision damage anyway, so even if you hunt it, it really didn't do anything for you. But it does take 7 damage. These things are a little antithetical to you in your build.
Yeah. And then, am I understanding correctly? Does Thebo get an action outside of my actions, or is it counted as part of the 3 that I do?
No, he does get an extra action outside of your actions, as long as you don't command him.
Okay, can he try to... I know it's probably not going to do anything, but can he try to bite it again?
Yeah, he can. He needs to roll a flat 20 check to hit it.
He has to roll.
Yep. He fails.
No, he can't see it.
He just bites onto the floor in several places, leaving some pretty good grooves and crunches in the wood, but he doesn't seem to get whatever it is he's trying to bite.
Some of the wood's a little scalded on the edges.
GM, quick question. Did it only take
Sure.
7 damage even with the damage doubled from her critical?
That's true.
Because that was a flat 12, that wasn't
Oh,
doubled.
I'm sorry. You are correct. That was 24 damage. Because the number was green, I thought it was critical. Because there's critical above it in green. That was funny. So that actually will do an additional 12 damage to it. So you actually did 19 damage to it, yes.
Nice.
Oof.
Very solid hit. A lot of damage. It's frightened of you. For good reason.
Oh, and it's frightened of me.
Yeah, you do gain it if you
Get an
don't already have
additional-
any. But you currently have temporary hit points.
Oh, I
so,
still have it. Okay.
yeah.
I didn't know if they stacked.
No, they don't stack unless they say they do. Some abilities say you can, most don't, and you always take the higher amount of temporary hit points whenever you do gain hit points. So, if you had lost one, you would have refreshed that 1 point.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Shadow's turn. The one in front of Ebony. It's looking at you now, regretting its actions, debating on what it wants to do. It's just gonna try to dive into your shadow.
That's my perception.
Yep. So it succeeds. And wait, is your deception A19 or your?
Oh no!
perception?
It fails because it got crit by the bow, and has fear.
No.
That was the other
That was
one.
the other one.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I did try to shoot that one and it said, nah, fam.
Now my base perception is 10 plus my perception, so that'd be a 19.
Why did I see a 14 here for you? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking. I'm stupid. I'm looking at my own stealth roll, thinking 19. Are you sure? My brain is not in it today. I don't know why I rolled that twice. Oh man. He dives into your shadow, concealing, and then he's going to attack you, and that makes you flat-footed to him.
And that's the reduction by 1? Or is it 2 for the AC?
Flat-footed is minus 2 to your AC.
Yep.
I gotta reload the page because it glitched out again. I love Roll20, but sometimes it kind of fucks up. Does an 18 hit?
It misses by 1.
Okay. It rises out as it strikes you again. You move out of the way, and as you do so, it slinks back into your shadow. And fails. Today is my turn to roll bad because these things have a really good stealth roll. I've been rolling 3s and 4s. The other one, which is still hidden, is going to rise up and attack Thabo. Thabo is flat-footed, so his AC is reduced by 2.
Yeah, that hits.
Would that be a critical?
No, I
What's
think
Thabo's
Thanos is a
AC?
little higher.
Currently, it's 8.
8.
Yeah,
It's
you only have
definitely not
10.
that low. It's definitely not that
Well,
low.
have AC 10.
His AC should be your level plus plus I believe he becomes, I think he's trained. Let's see. Oh no, +2. Yeah. Oh no, +10. All ACs are +10. That's my bad. I mistold you when we were making the character.
Oh,
AC is 10 plus.
okay, so he has a 16.
He should be trained, so he should have 18 right now. Because it's 10 plus.
Oh, lamb.
10 plus your level, which is 6, plus trained, which is 2, plus his dex modifier, which I believe is 2.
I've just been like, everything hits Thabo. Thabo is so easy to hit.
Sorry.
And that makes his AC currently a 16.
Should be, because it was 10 before, right? So it should be 20 minus 2.
Okay.
Because we're forgetting the
I'm
plus
just
10.
gonna take your word for it. And his AC is 18.
Okay. That makes it not a crit, though.
Well, that's good.
So that's going to be 14 points of negative damage. He's going to be pulling on Thabo's shadow, half emerged out of the ground. Trying to rip it off of Thabo. Thabo becomes enfeebled 3. And then it's going to try to dive back into Thabo's shadow. What's Thabo's perception?
Or perception DC, anyway.
Well, perception plus 10, because that's the DC. Should be towards the top of the sheet.
He doesn't. Oh, it's his is plus 12.
Okay, so that
So would that be-
fails. Correct, because it's 22.
Yeah. Cool. Sorry, guys. One day I'll know how to play a game.
Oh, you're fine.
It's your second session. And you're playing at level 6.
I'm just happy these guys have been failing every stealth check against me, you know. Except for the guy who rolled a 27.
I've been rolling like garbage today for my enemies.
Fair.
We felt last week.
Yeah, now the shoe is on the other foot. All right. Dante.
All right. Yeah, you'll race over to this one, I think. Because the book is probably as big as he is, honestly.
It is. It's a medium creature's book.
Move over to there. I'll cast Fear on this guy from my mask.
Okay.
As he runs over behind this creature, he grips onto his face and then lets out a wail at this thing.
Go ahead and click the item.
I believe that's a fake.
I believe so. It says in the item's description.
Yep, DC 20.
DC 20, and this is as if it was making the cast a fear spell. Just the first level version, I'm assuming. Yeah, because this is not the improved version.
I mean, that's fine. That's still a success. So
Yeah, it's just the fear one. Well, it's still a failure on its behalf anyway. It makes it frightened too.
I was gonna click the fear spell because I actually do have it as well.
Oh, that's fair.
For anybody else's viewing, I suppose. But hell yeah, fear 2.
And as you do so, it looks back at you, and its face becomes like a profile. Like the white becomes its mouth as it looks horrified. No, please, haven't you done enough?
It just sees the mask bleeding light from the eyes.
Okay. Ebony.
So, question. Since Thabo was able to see the shadow that was trying to hide in his, do I still need to roll a flat check because it doesn't pass my passive perception?
What's your perception? 9?
19.
19. Yes, it would be concealed to you.
Okay. Good to know.
You do have
She
one
is
very
going to-
fragile one in front of you.
She does. And she's going to do a 1-action magic missile at 3rd level.
You're not worth my 3-action magic missile.
Well, that, and she can't see the other one to hit it, so there's no point.
Yeah, unfortunately, magic missile gets negated by. Well, it doesn't get negated by concealed. You just have to make a flat check, but yeah, can be negated.
Yeah. Alright then. That is... Oof, 10 force damage. Oh, I got 4s on both of those. Hell yeah.
Nice. It is blown to pieces.
Alright, and for her last 2 actions, she is throwing up dancing lights so she can see this other one.
Okay. As you throw up the dancing light with the last 2 actions, all the shadows are minimized. They can no longer hide in shadows. Sabari.
I'm gonna I already hunted it, yeah. I'm gonna shoot it.
I'm gonna shoot it.
Gonna shoot it. Does a 23 hit?
Hits. Takes 2 points of damage and no precision.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna roll. Why not? I'm just gonna try to unload on this thing.
Okay.
Oh, does a 23 hit?
Yes, it does. And it takes 5 damage. And you got 1 more action.
It's an 18 hit.
Does not hit. Despite its frightened condition.
Close though, I imagine.
Yeah, it was 1 point off.
Thabo will try to bite it.
Okay.
Yeah, 24.
That hits, and he does 1 damage.
Woo!
As
Every
you,
little bit counts, you guys.
it's true. You're whittling it down. You're blowing arrows into this. Thaba's biting it. You're watching as little bits of the shadow are coming off as it's putting its arms, like trying to defend itself from this onslaught.
Oh, don't forget your precision damage from your first shot.
Doesn't take precision.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
It's incorporeal and lacks organs.
Mhm.
Its turn.
Sadly.
It doesn't like the situation it's in. You're all looking at it now. It has no allies. It is going to try to flee. Sinking down to a shadow on the floor, it makes a mad dash. Dante.
All right. All right. Yeah, he's gonna try to disrupt undead.
Okay. He is out of your range.
Is he? Oh, it is only 30 feet, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see what I can do then. Yeah, he'll do a Saber the Sting.
That has a range of touch.
Oh, does it?
Yep.
Oh, man.
So I think we were doing that wrong before.
It's possible.
You literally touch them. You're like, yes. Ah, your pain fuels me. That's funny.
I thought it was pretty neat. It's a lesser amount of damage, but it's the most likely thing to do damage, so. Lament it is.
Okay. You let out your negative emotions and guttural wail that shakes your enemy's heart.
Oh, cool. It deals additional mental damage if it already has another emotion effect.
Oh no, if I have emotion effects, it does more damage.
Oh, okay.
That's very interesting. You let out a guttural wail. Does it really not have like a range?
It's a 30-foot cone. God damn it.
You just can't win.
You know,
Two-
I have movement, and
You do.
my ability is a one action cast. Whatever.
That puts you in range.
Okay, we'll do a lament with that one.
Okay. You do so. It shrieks. as it holds its head from your shriek. It nearly evaporates, but manages to keep itself together at least a little bit longer.
Sturdy dude.
He's not gonna be sturdy for long. Ebony.
How frail does it look? Pretty frail?
It looks like it's barely keeping itself together.
Alright, let's try and hit it with a level 1 magic missile. That's a range of 120 feet.
Okay. You lay out an unerring bolt that whizzes by. What do your magic missiles look like?
Oh wait, that is only 5 damage. I forgot to edit that.
That's exactly how much it had on its left. So
It's the same sickening glow from the fire, but the more further away from the flames it gets, the more it looks almost like black smoke trailing from it.
okay. So it strikes this thing and it finally lets out a final cry. Sorry. Before it vanishes, but from its ethereal form or incorporeal form drops a dagger.
Oh. It would appear to be that we found the book and the dagger for the ritual.
Actually, out of curiosity, with my knowledge check, do I know how shadows are created, or if are they just a reoccurring creature in the shadow plane?
You do not know. You do not know how they're created, at least on the shadow plane anyway. Other than they're probably just an amalgamation of negative feelings. Though you do know that those who have had their shadows ripped from them and they die sometimes arise as new shadows.
Those might have been the culprits for all of this. Been hearing a lot of sorries.
Until you guys are ready to continue exploring, you guys are free to move around the map and interact with things and RP.
All right. Dante will go pick up the Zweihander and, and bring it back to this room.
While they're finishing up out there, Savara would like to go ahead and move over to where the book was dropped and pick it up.
Okay, you pick up the book. It seems to be a very old, dusty tome with black leather for a cover. And the title reads Spectrus Noctum.
Did you guys get the last one?
Yes, and it would appear the dagger they used to stab the doll with was with it. And he brandishes the Zweihander in his hands.
Well, if we have all the pieces, I don't see any reason to delay undoing what was done and getting out of here.
True.
We should probably read the book and make sure that we don't need the offerings again.
I sure hope we don't. As she like opens up the book, start flipping through it.
And then we gotta hope that it's in a language we can read. Fingers crossed. What languages are we working with, guys? Because I got Common, Infernal, Necrol, Shadow Tongue, and Sylvan.
You have
I don't
3
know.
of the languages I have.
Common, because we didn't write that down.
So the additional languages you would know would be the ones you come with, and then plus your intelligence modifier.
Let's check out Kitsune's.
Kitsune should get their own language, I thought. I'm pretty sure Kitsune had their own language.
I don't remember. I didn't write any down.
Let's see. You start with Common. And what's your intelligence modifier?
One.
All right, you get one more language.
So yeah, you can pick a language of your choosing. So I have Necrol, Shadow Tongue, Sylvan, Elven, and Common.
That is super funny. I just went for like edgy sounding languages, so.
I mean, who didn't? The language is Necrol of the book.
Hell yeah.
I'll hand it over to you then.
Which of us?
Oh,
We
you
could
both
hand
speak
it to-
Necrol?
Yeah, we do.
I could just literally
I
could literally perch on your shoulder and read. So
was gonna say I'll hand it to Ebony because I hand it to Dante. It's just gonna crush him.
So you hand it Ebony, and
Dante
Dante
takes-
flits onto your, or crawls onto your shoulder.
Well, she'll let him up. She's not gonna let him climb up a rope. He might tear the lace.
that's fair.
As you both look it over together.
Monster.
The book contains a lot of information from the Shadow Plane, which is called the Shadowlands. There's a lot about shadow elementals, shadow beings, and a good amount of information that you guys just don't have the time to look into at this point. So, flipping through the pages, you look for something that resembles a ritual. Eventually, you do see a ritual. There's a few. There's a ritual that opens a portal to the Shadow Plane. And there's another ritual, a much more heinous sounding one, called Consumed by Shadows. Looking over the second one, you read through some of the information, and some of the details stick out to you guys. Mostly the formation of the circle with the 5 sacrifices, and the necessity for a vestige of some form. This ritual is supposed to... the target is assaulted by shadows and forcibly pulled into the Shadow Plane. Looking over the ingredients, you see some kind of high tier, like the burlap sack kind of indicated to you guys that these people were working with what they had on hand. but this ritual requires brimstone from the infernal plane, the tears of a ghost, the blade of one forsaken by the light, a token of pure loneliness, and a piece of one who has seen the abyss.
And this was a school for, like, say, college level kids?
Kind of. Universities in this setting were more like where the higher learned go to talk, have these, like, in this period of time, universities weren't like a paid thing. They were institutions of learning where those who were invested in doing so taught lessons or spoke with peers.
Well, looking at this, I'd say they probably messed up the ritual. Because even these requirements are expensive as hell.
Yes, it might be what has caused all this is the spell backfiring.
Is there any way to undo it without those expensive materials?
Well, he kind of looks around and he's gonna check where the shadows died to see if there's like a tear-like substance.
You don't find any.
Well, we could, if it does require it. There's the horned devil for the brimstone.
Yeah,
I wouldn't recommend it though. And then the Nabazoo is one who's definitely seen the abyss. But is there like a different set of recipe required to like reverse the spell, or
See?
The spell did not, or the ritual, and did not seem to have a reverse effect. At least written into it. Though, due to Ebony's earlier occultism roll, if you guys were able to perform the ritual somewhat to its prior specifications, you might be able to appease whatever force was attempting to do this. Though in doing so, possibly damning someone to the shadow plane.
Oops.
man, if only my character cared about that.
Only we cared about other people.
Well, we already have the blade of one forsaken by the light.
What else did we need?
Brimstone, tears of a ghost, a piece of something that's seen the abyss, and a vestige.
So we've got 2 out of 5.
If we can fix up the doll, I don't know if it has to be in working order.
Well, the abyss couldn't it be the thing we fought in the kitchen?
Mm-hmm.
Quite possible.
That's what
And then-
Dante said earlier.
Unfortunately, our only lead on the brimstone from the infernal plane is the horned devil. But We found some interesting things here. There might be others.
We just have to at least figure out what they might have used as a substitute.
Probably table salt of some description. They seemed rather poor.
I guess we might as well go check the other rooms. I don't know what we could use. Oh, tears are easy. Probably made someone cry and then collected the tears for that.
You need Tears of a Ghost.
Oh no, she was thinking of what they would use as a substitute for a ghost. Tears.
Oh.
That's fair.
Granted, that's what got everyone into this problem, so whatever they use is kind of irrelevant for getting yourselves out.
We don't want to use what they used.
I know, she's pointing out what they might have used, so to avoid it.
It's just like,
And besides, if Ebony was capable of tears, she wouldn't anyway.
I guess we better check the other rooms to see if there's anything we can use. The sooner.
Maybe there's an empty bottle in here we could use if we come across a ghost.
I have an empty Dracart mutagen bottle. As he used one in the first session.
All right. Well, sounds like we're ready to get back into exploration mode, so go ahead and set yourselves back up. Okay, so we're going to start off with Dante.
I guess I will go see if the Nabazoo left anything.
And I will mention, just because might be doing a little bit of backtracking, you guys can always take the Hustle exploration activity, and you can do it for a number of rounds equal to your modifier. Your Constitution modifier.
And that doubles your movement, right?
And that doubles your movement.
Okay, I'll do that. To hurry and go get the thing. Second action.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going the right way.
Oh yeah, that is the right room. We came out the other side.
And then he'll look to try and find something to use in this room.
Okay. The Nabazoo's corpse remains.
What was the exact thing? It was a piece. Okay.
Just rip out a hunk.
Will this require a survival roll or?
Here, one sec. I'll give you This is what a Nabazoo looks like in full form.
Oof.
As far as ripping a piece out, you're not trying to get anything. Well, I mean, I guess it depends. How neatly do you want to try doing this? Are you just ripping to try to get something off of it, or are you trying to like neatly extract something?
The more valuable the ingredient, the better the ritual might go, right?
It is for appeasement.
Okay. I'll definitely try a little bit of a neater approach.
Then it will be a survival.
I can't close the Nabazoo screen.
You can't hit the X?
No, it's blacked out. Blanked out, rather.
Oh, I deleted it and I was hoping to get rid of it, but maybe that fucked it up for you guys.
I'd already closed mine beforehand, so I don't see any difference.
I just collapsed it.
Yeah, I just collapsed it and threw it to the bottom. So that should be
That's
fine.
fine. That's weird.
All right, let's extract something. 26.
Okay. What tools do you have available for extracting a piece?
That is a good question. I hear caltrops are very great at extracting stuff. I'm just kidding. Let's see. My rapier is the best thing I have, I think.
All right. You can retrieve some fleshy bit from the creature. It's a bit hard. Rapiers are not necessarily designed for slashing, though they're capable of doing so. Whatever it is, you're just gonna have to like slash it a bunch of times, or stab a bunch of times. But
That's
you
fair.
do it well-ish. What do you extract?
Can I roll? Can I roll an occultism for what to help me think of what would be right? Do you think?
Sure.
$20 total.
Okay. The standards, the webbings of wings of bat-like creatures are very good. Eyeballs are very good. Teeth are very good. Horns are very good. It's parts, though it's unlikely you could get to it with your weapon.
That's fair. I'll poke out an eyeball.
Okay.
Just skewer it.
I mean, it's gonna be a burnt offering, so, you know. Alrighty.
Nabazoo eyeball into my inventory.
We move to Abari.
She will head out into the hall. And since he's doing that, we were checking. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired.
No worries.
She's gonna head out in the hall. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can she go over to this other door and open it?
Sure.
And take a look.
Oh, I'm sorry. You guys can hustle for a number of turns equal to 10 times your modifier.
And if you have a 0 modifier.
Minimum 10.
Okay.
You open up the room. What appears to be an empty classroom.
A little bit more movement left, so she'll move in. Let me in.
You're gonna have to drag yourself.
I got it. And she's just looking to see if anything. I know I've already used all my stuff to get here, but
Have you?
she's just checking the room.
Like, if you're riding a Bari, or
I mean,
a
I got
Thabo.
that
And you
piece
weren't...
was 454.
That's if you're doing an action. Are you doing a exploration activity?
I mean, I guess I could take the search action because I
Okay.
moved according to 454. So
Then sure thing. As you come into this room, this appears to be like a lecture hall. There's a chalkboard behind you and a auditorium of chairs pointing in this direction. The shadows that kind of cover the dark corners unsettle you somewhat, but nothing attacks you for now. Also, opening the door wasn't an action.
was or was not.
Was not an action.
Okay.
I don't know if that changes anything, but I just wanted to reiterate.
I didn't consider it an action when I was moving, so that's good because otherwise I'd have to back up.
Alrighty. Excellent. All right. Well, then we're going to move to
Good.
Ebony.
And she will go ahead and join Sabari in the other room. She's still going to take the detect magic.
Okay. So that's 2, 3, 2.
Okay.
Okay, moving back to Dante.
All right, continue the hustle. All right, man. Having having 6 spaces is fucking nice. By the way. Oops.
That's not even hustling. 6 spaces should be your normal one.
Oh no, I was moving 12s for each action.
Yeah.
The 6 being a hustle is fantastic.
Yeah.
Accidentally opened Phantom Dust, so I had to close it real quick.
Didn't know like it was so boring, Devin.
He will start. Now he's caught up with everybody. He's like, I've retrieved a piece of it. He'll start taking the scouting action at this moment.
Okay.
And that's his turn.
Okay. Abari. Or Sabari. Oh my god, no, not again.
She will keep on the search action and
Okay.
just kind of move in a little more so she can see better.
As you get to about that point, you notice a set of papers underneath one of the seats.
That's 3. Okay, she'll start heading that way. I can get right there.
Okay. As part of your movement action, you can always interact as I've always done, so you can pick up the papers as you get close.
I would like to pick up the papers.
You see a bunch of hastily handwritten notes. Not hastily, but like, it's just not very good penmanship. A little messy. There's a lot of lines crossed out. Some of which read, I've been meaning to tell you for the longest time. how I feel. And then it's hastily scribbled out another section. When I see you smile, it makes me want to smile, scribbled out.
Some poor dude's love note.
There's a series of them. But you get the general gist.
You just hear from across the room. Ugh.
Find something horrific.
Something like that. That's the end of my turn.
Ebony.
Okay. So I can fully see what's in the room now. Looking around, does anything else under the stand out in the room aside from the notes that Sabari picked up?
Nothing in particular. It looks like many of the rooms have like paperwork or some kind of note sheets that left. Maybe all the sounds you guys heard earlier was an indication of people suddenly leaving the room.
And no magic whatsoever.
No magical pings.
Okay then. Just to be cautious, since she knows that there was a denizen of hell walking around, she's going to switch from magic detection and she's going to switch to stealth.
Okay. Go ahead and make a stealth roll. Okay.
Alright, use the rest of her movement. And that's it for her turn.
Okay. Dante.
Hmm. We'll go over to this area and start searching these desks.
Okay. Go ahead and make a search roll.
$31.
Okay. Looking through the variety of desks, you see what look to be leftover papers, erasers, ink pens, notebooks. As you're kind of looking around, you see that whatever the lecture they were having on was probably based on some minor economics course.
See, I moved 3 spaces, didn't I?
I can never tell with your character, not going to lie. Because you're in the corner, it's so hard to tell.
Yeah, because I think I started. Well, I started here or here.
I don't remember.
All right. He just kind of shrugs and begins walking.
Oops.
That's his turn.
There you go. All right. So, as you guys continue along, you find that beyond those notes that were kind of hidden underneath the chair, nothing else seems to stick out to you. We move on to Sabari.
She will head back towards the group.
I love how Roll20 like generates whenever your character like moves. They kind of like trail a little bit behind Thabo, so like it makes it look like you're bouncing along on Thabo as you're going down the.
She'll just kind of offer up the papers if anyone wants to look at them. She's like, some sad sap has been writing love notes in the back of the class.
A fool doesn't even realize that love is fleeting. The darkness is forever, though.
I suppose if there's nothing else in here, we either keep looking or try to get this undone.
Well, we found 2 parts at least. We still need to find the other 3, though. Unless the doll is a token of pure loneliness.
Or it could be the vestige.
That's fair. I mean, well, it was. So
Could the love letters?
Oh wait,
be
the
a
love
token?
letters. The love letters.
that's also fair.
This-
It's just like they all of a sudden realize at once. It's just like,
What do you? Who writes love letters? Oh yeah, lonely people.
Strange and convenient. For all of you for shunning those who fall in love gain a point of darkness.
We're all just like, ew, this is disgusting.
very cringe, dude.
If anything, the boy can't even put his thoughts onto paper properly. How is he going to actually open his mouth? He's obviously incompetent at that.
Get roasted.
This poor boy sitting beyond the grave like, I'm not that bad.
Ready's the vial for the tears.
Where's the ghost? Where is he?
So, anything else, Sabari?
She's just gonna start heading towards the door. Whoops. I don't want to move, just me.
There's another door over here.
Yeah,
by
there's
the
one
way.
to your left.
There's another one.
Oh.
Sabari's non-dark
See, what you
vision
can't
eyes can't
see.
see it.
That must be awful.
Yeah, she'll head.
I love the fact, though, that, like, in an actual party, my character would be super unsettling because he's, like, just traipsing through the darkness, and, like, you lose sight of him, and then he, like, comes in from, like, a different angle sometimes.
That's kind of what it is on Sabari's screen. You guys chose dark vision.
Yeah,
You
well,
guys
you
chose
guys
the light
don't-
vision.
You guys don't realize is whenever you move outside of my torch, your token gets fainter and fainter until it's just gone. I don't know where you went.
That's why we had that awkward conversation. They're like, maybe we should wait for him. I'm right here.
Mhm.
Yeah, on
Oh, that's great.
Sabari's screen right now, like Dante is so barely visible.
That's awesome.
Honestly, if you didn't have the health bars or anything, you probably wouldn't even notice you were there.
I mean,
Well,
I don't think
can't see
Sabari
the
could see those.
That's her.
I know he's there, but I only know he's there because I just moved out of that space.
Ebony.
Alrighty.
Oh, people's Discord videos have froze on the Twitch stream.
Oh no.
Except
Let's
for
see if I can
cameras,
fix it.
weirdly.
Oh no, did I break it? No. Oh god. Alright, 1 second. Quick intermission.
Jess out here trying to tell us.
Sorry. I need an echo monitor. I just really need an extra one. Alright, let's fix this up. If you guys want to go to the bathroom, now's a good time.
So how's your puppy doing?
He's good. He's sleeping. He's actually awake looking at me like, why are we not in bed yet?
I'm sorry, puppy. You guys are actually almost done.
No. He can get over it. He's such a baby.
Thank you, Jess. Sorry I was ignoring you. I couldn't see you. I'm sorry. Alright, so you're opening that door?
Yes. Alright, and she will use her last 2 movement to step into the hallway.
Okay.
From this point, aside from everything else and my companions behind me, do I hear anything down the halls or anything like that?
Do you have enough actions for a seek?
I do not. I just meant it's like a passing perception kind of thing.
Passively, you do not pick anything up.
Okay. That's it for her turn.
Okay, and the man is back. Dante.
All right. That's my turn.
Okay. What action are you using?
Oh, I said
Oh,
the
you're
scouting.
scouting. That's right. Sabari.
Has a
Were you gonna say something?
I was just gonna say hasn't been helping me much, but it helps the rest of the party.
It's a very good action.
I will move out into the hall. Fucking hate doors.
Sorry. To be fair, it's
Stuck in
Thabo
'em.
mostly.
Poor Thabo, he's just trying to get through the door and there's like some broken beams because he's just done with it.
Thabo just goes into ragdoll effects, and as he's sitting in the doorway, it's just.
No, I think I'm stuck.
Uh-oh.
I can't move. I'm stuck.
Can't drag yourself either, right? That's definitely happened
I
to me.
was trying. Okay, we're good now.
That would have been one more movement.
She will keep the. Yeah. She'll keep the search action.
When you step there,
Mm,
you hear something.
oh. Oh no.
This bitch ass. I'm just kidding.
This bitch ass. Does it sound like it's coming from this room in front of me?
Unless you have imprecise hearing, you cannot tell. Just that you can hear generally a voice when you approach the doorway, so.
she will pause and look over her shoulder and be like, "What was that about tears of a ghost?"
It was one of the things necessary for the ritual.
Fantastic. And she will try to open this door.
Okay. Oh, destroyed the wall. 1 second.
Goes to open the door, the wall collapses.
Whoops. My bad.
This building is not up to code.
No, it's just Thabo going into mode like, you know what? We don't need the wall.
But as you enter in, and I know it's somewhat hard to see, you see... Oops. 1 second. You see a bunch of stalls to a bathroom.
There's gonna be moaning Myrtle.
And as you're looking in, you can still faintly hear.
I still have some more movement, so she will continue in.
Okay.
I can get that far.
As you get that far, the sounds get louder. Ebony.
Alrighty. I unfortunately do not have any more actions.
Okay. Dante.
Alright.
Dante, due to your height, you can see transparent feet underneath this stall.
Excuse me. Who goes there? Kind of taps on the door.
You don't seem to get a reply.
Well, that was all my actions, unfortunately. But
Sabari.
Seeing him tap on that door, she will leave Thabo where he is, 'cause he's in the way all the time, and come closer.
Okay.
And just kind of like push on the door to see if it's locked.
You push the door and it opens.
She says, "Hello."
You hear a loud crying emanating from the stall, and it's very unsettling as you see no one there.
That's strange. She will, not seeing anything, she will back up so she's not standing in the way. And just looks over at Dante and is like, "Did you see something in there?"
I did see like incorporeal legs, didn't I?
You did, but as soon as the door was open, they disappeared.
Hmm.
It's very unsettling.
Oh. I wonder if that's why. There was somebody indeed under the stall. As soon as the door was open, though, they seemed to have gone away. Or not. By the sound.
She will just end her turn there. I can't think of anything.
Okay. Ebony.
Well, if the door there was something while the door was shut. I wonder. And she drops her stealth to move normally.
Okay.
She's going to close the door. Look at Dante and go, "Let me know if the feet return."
You guys wait a minute, but the feet do not return. But you still hear the.
If you would, could you snuff out the light?
Very well. She'll put out the torch.
You put out the torch.
She just like keeps one hand on the table because now she can't see for anything.
It's a very disconcerting feeling because you see nothing but pitch blackness, and you can still hear this ethereal voice nearby.
No improvement on the situation, though.
Nope. For the time being, we're going to go ahead and go into free RP mode. So you guys are free to move around, do what you need to do. Don't need to be held to the exploration actions.
Okay. Well, Ebony's gonna do recall occultism knowledge to see what she knows about ghosts.
That would be religion, not occultism.
Really?
Yep.
Huh. Okay. Oh, she's not trained in that.
The specifications are religion is for spirits, undead, ghosts. Occultism is for Cthulhu, monsters from space, and extraplanar creatures.
Would she have any knowledge on how ghost tears are obtained? Would that be an arcane because it's a component?
I'll allow an arcana for it, sure.
As a 26.
Ghost tears are incredibly hard. There are a variety of instruments that can collect them, those inscribed with ghost touch runes, for instance. But it has been reported that a strange phenomenon occurs whenever a sorrowful ghost more specifically, finishes or gets some kind of resolution and passes on to the next life. It will manifest a tear before disappearing. As to the reason why, no one is quite sure.
Okay. Well then, let's try diplomacy this ghost and see if we can get her to show herself.
You could try speaking in Necro.
I could.
You guys would know Necrol is mostly a language used by sentient undead that are like become undead or undead by nature. If someone were to die and leave a ghost behind, it does not automatically learn Necrol.
That's fair.
Wait, you said you're going to use a diplomacy on the ghost?
Alright, no more tears. You can come out. There's no need to fear us. Oh god!
Jesus.
I mean, you have a point of darkness.
You know what? I have a shadow point. I'm using a shadow point.
You
Okay.
know what? No. Abort mission.
Much better.
Okay. As you say this, suddenly, you see an image of a young man, somewhat disheveled, appears. Sorry, 1 second, removing an aura. Sitting there on the toilet, lifts their head from their hands a little bit. What? Someone couldn't hear me?
We can. That's how we found you.
You can see me?
Just kind of glances at Sabari and Dante.
Sabari is as blind as a bat staring into the darkness.
She'll throw up lights for Sabari to see.
Yes, we are able to see you now that you've decided to reveal yourself.
Sorry. I mean, I wasn't trying to hide. There's just so many times people come in here, they just can't see me. And I can't leave.
Tell us, what anchors you to this place? There seems to be like a pause, like he was going to use a different word, but changes.
I don't know. I just was suddenly here. I was. They clasp their hands to their head, seeming to struggle with some kind of mental anguish.
Sabari, did you want to get a look at them as well?
She will step up like around. Yeah, if Ebony moves, she'll step up. Were you a student here?
I was studying to become a merchant like my father. Oh, I was trying so hard.
It checks out. There's an economics class over there. He points to where he found the books.
Looking at the ghost, does their hair seem to kind of match the hair on the doll?
It's hard to tell. This is ethereal and lacks color.
No, she meant like texture or anything.
It's hard to tell. It's ethereal and lacks substance.
Fair enough. Okay. Did you often come in here to hide?
No, I was. I'm lost sleep. Oh.
Were you writing letters in the back of your class?
No. I was taking notes when I could stay awake. I bought this drug that was supposed to keep me awake. Some out of town merchant said it was supposed to help boost your mental capacities for studying. Oh, I've been taking it for a week straight. Tests are coming soon.
Do you know the name of such thing?
Yeah, it was. Mandragora extract.
I'm assuming that's a nature check.
Nature check or drug lore, which there is a drug lore in this game, by the way.
I mean, there's a list of drugs that you can get in this game. So
There's
fair.
a large list of drugs you can get and make.
Ebony also raw in nature.
I don't have nature, so it's not a likely DC for me to hit.
Maybe. I might have heard of it.
I'll roll nature as well.
Yeah, let the ranger roll nature.
Hell yeah.
Mandragora is a particular type of mushroom. It's used in a wide variety of herbal concoctions, mostly because it has an upper quality to it. It kind of acts as like a stimulant. You've never heard of anyone like consuming it, and an extract seems somewhat dangerous. It's used in most potions to make them fast acting.
Make my whole body fast acting.
Based on that, you're kind of getting how he died.
This dude OD'd.
That on top of lack of sleep, his body probably just gave out under the stress.
Rip.
He did. Well, not really, but you know.
He's unalive.
He rested. Probably not in peace.
She like just quietly relays the pertinent information to Dante and Ebony. It's a stimulant, but I've never seen it used outside of potion making.
Anything in high volumes is toxic. Even health potions could easily kill someone.
It would appear, friend, that you have died to such a substance.
I'm dead? No. No, I had so much to live for. He begins to weep inconsolably.
Fair.
Did you wish to be a merchant like your father? Or did you want to do something else?
He seems too upset to answer you appropriately. You'll need to make a diplomacy check to make him calm down.
Anyone else got diplomacy?
Yeah.
No.
What's your diplomacy?
It's alright. Let's.
Can we both work together to calm him down?
You can roll diplomacy and try to assist. DC 20.
If Dante's going to attempt diplomacy, she'll assist, but she'll wait on. See if Dante is actually willing to help calm this man down.
Found the most
Alright.
apathetic group of people you could and then said, alright, give the ghost therapy. Go on.
He observes the man. I think he's gonna roll an initial insight on this guy.
Okay, roll perception.
Kind of like looking over his clothes, or his ethereal clothes, I guess, and just getting a read. $32.
Okay. Looking this person over, they're an open book. You've seen the type before. So, a rich kid who tried desperately to get their parents' attention or love. Desperately wanting to follow in the family footsteps to, appease daddy. And they were pushing themselves very hard, probably because they lacked the pure aptitude needed for such a thing. Your insight also tells you that if you're to console this person, you either have to convince them that their effort wasn't in vain, which is very hard to do considering they died, or such things weren't necessarily required for them to get their parents' love. Also very hard considering daddy's probably not here. And you gotta be a pretty smooth talker. But, challenges.
That's fair.
Do you share this information with the group? Quietly.
Quietly, of course, yeah.
This dude's got daddy issues.
Him and Ever Stripper on 9th Street.
Well, I have an idea, but I'm pretty sure we don't have the group gold to pull it off. So,
Doesn't hurt to hear it.
oh, it would have been like a kind of setting some items in front of him and being like, "Come now. Certainly, your skills weren't all in vain. Try and sell these to me, or something like that. But kind of like pitching like maybe he could sell in the afterlife sort of thing.
I'll give you a hint because you're along the same vein. You do have a whole economics class full of all kinds of textbooks and such in the next room.
Oh, that's true. Could quiz him.
Nobody was thinking about impersonating a shadowy version of his father and pretending to be him.
That's also feasible. We would need to figure out what his father looks like, though.
Well, against the shadow trait, so technically she should just make herself look like a shadowy outline of a man.
If you feel like you could pull off the deception.
Well, she's got pretty decent deception, same as her diplomacy.
All right. He's gonna. I'll be right back. And he's gonna go retrieve some textbooks.
Okay.
I just realized you guys couldn't even see that I dragged it away and then dragged it back.
No.
Yeah, I saw it move a little bit.
Yeah, when I moved to there.
Want to see me put that boulder back? Want to see me do it again?
Now come now. Certainly you've learned quite a bit in your skills here. I'm willing to quiz you. And certainly you've learned enough to possibly open up a shop in the afterlife. That'll be his pitch.
Okay. Roll a diplomacy to calm him down and make him listen.
That's fair.
Can
24.
Okay. They have merchants in the afterlife?
Of course. I mean, everybody has a religion. Actually, I should probably roll a religion to understand the Pharasma thing, huh? Do you think?
Sure, roll a religion. I'll give you the information from them.
$22?
Well, no mortal truly knows what lies beyond. It is well known that a majority of gods have what their own heavens, and which their adherents would go to. You don't know what each of them are like, but maybe.
That's fair. Well, of course. Every god has their own individual plot of heaven. Tell me, who do you worship?
Oh, I've never really thought about too much. Probably. One second. I know there's a god of merchants.
Oh, there has to be. Oh, I think it might be, oh no, that's the guy who's like anti-brigands or whatever, but he might be the merchant god as well. It's like Elastiel or something like that.
This is why I have a god of books. Sorry, Book of Gods.
God of books.
I mean, there's probably one of those too.
I think that's an anime as well.
Abador is one of them. He is a god of wealth.
Yes, it would be Abadar. And he's predominantly a human god too, so even more fitting. Worshippers are architects, bankers, and lawmakers. Gonna keep that page open. I guess Abadar? I wasn't quite the pious kind, but we had a shrine to him in our home.
Well, you believe in him, yes?
Yeah, of course. Who doesn't believe in the gods?
I mean, my guy believes in a god, so fair. Well, having, it seems like the most experience with them, and even going into the profession that they would care under, certainly you'd be going to that heaven, correct?
I guess.
A heaven of merchants. Let's see if you're ready, though. And he'll, like, open up the textbook.
Okay, sure.
Now tell me, reads like an excerpt but leaves out like a part. What is missing here? I don't know. Maybe I could scope for like easy questions.
You can look up like
Let me
economic
Quizlet some
definitions.
economics.
That's fair. He'll look up economic definitions.
You could ask him, like, what is scarcity?
Look up economic terms.
Economics A to Z terms.
We'll start with an easy one. You seem a bit tense.
Use the link I sent you so we can be on the same page.
That's fair.
Because I don't know shit about economics.
Okay, we were on the same page, funny enough.
Awesome.
Define for me advertising. He did say he would start with an easy one.
You know, I'm looking at advertising right here, and it's not a definition as much as just like a slight synopsis on what advertising is.
Fair.
But, okay. He'll answer. He seems to be stressing himself out about the situation. Maybe if you guys calmed him down, he could answer more accurately.
Ebony will attempt a diplomacy to calm him down.
Sure.
Relax and breathe. Answers do not come to a stressed mind. Reroll.
Okay.
What the hell?
You say it in such a bland and almost insulting tone. You're just like, relax. The answer's not going to come if you're stressed out. It only seems to make you more stressed. Consequently, you get a point of darkness for not caring about this man's plight. You can't use it to reroll, though. Not this check.
All right.
That sucks.
He
Well-
answers. It's when... you put a sign in front of your shop. Not the answer. but you can use a deception to
Oh.
make if you got it right.
Would you look at that? Almost verbatim. 19.
What's this guy's will? I gotta look at it real quick.
Assume low.
Can I assist on the deception?
You know what? I will use a point of darkness to see if I can get a little better than that.
You don't need to.
Oh,
It succeeds.
Nice.
He's like, oh, of course, yeah. Okay. Ask me another one.
Very well. Starts flipping. We'll go to a bit of a harder one, but it's a little bit more in your wheelhouse as well. Tell me what an antitrust is.
Feeling a bit more confident, he thinks for a moment. Antitrusts prevent corporate mergers and acquisitions that would create or strengthen a monopoly.
Very well done, it says with a smile. His toothy bat smile.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna try for a very hard one now.
Okay.
Let's get out of the A's.
Just go to the bottom.
Here's one that's not known by many common people. Tell me about macroeconomics.
Fantasy macroeconomics.
Oh. It's trading between multiple cities and towns outside of the market. Not quite.
But we're trying to get this guy to pass on, so
We
True.
just need a tear from this dude. Come on.
True.
very good. Excellent. Even. I guess I would roll a deception for that.
Yeah,
huh?
deception.
$31 with a nat 20.
That's what we needed.
He can almost see your pure, genuine excitement for him, though it is all a lie. This only further emboldens him, and he nods, and he's like, "It was worth it. I learned something. But I'm dead. I'll never get to show my dad what everything I've done." He seems just on the brink. You just got to convince him with one last point. As a bonus, you guys, because you got his confidence so high, you get a +2 for his morale boost. Anyone can pitch in.
What would you guys like to do?
Well, we could convince him. Why wait to prove yourself to your father? Set up shop. That way you can show your father how much you've grown by the time he does arrive.
That's a good one.
I'm hesitant to talk because my diplomacy is garbage.
That's right. All right, hit us with it, Suzanne. Oof. +2 though.
You have a point in darkness.
I do, and for this one, I am not trusting Roll20 anymore because it's decided it's had enough of the high rolls.
That's fair. Roll20 can go on a weird binge sometimes.
I mean, it's random, so.
Mhm.
The fates.
That's a 31.
Pretty good.
Sometimes you just gotta use the physical dice.
Damn, that's with the +2 as well.
No, that would bump that up to a 33 then.
Ooh.
I rolled a 19.
Okay. All right. That's a good idea. Thank you. I'll make my dad proud. Goodbye.
See you later, master salesman.
As he begins to like ascend, his regrets beaten, you see a glimmer in the light.
That's dear, grab it!
Quick, jar.
We'll attempt to do it with the vial, because the vial is all he really has.
All right, make a dex check because you weren't prepped.
Ooh, I'm gonna use my point of darkness.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Does
Well-
anyone have anything else that they might be able to catch it in?
I mean, I had the potion bottles.
That could work.
Roll a dex
Yeah.
check.
Okay, hang on.
Man, that's with a +4 too. Rough. Nice.
Okay. Dante
I think I
grabs
got
it, but he realizes he'd have to jump onto the toilet to catch the tear before it falls in. But Abari just very quick, hands like lightning, just whang, catches the tear as it slides down the rim and down into the base.
I got it.
Well, now that we're done with that fool, he begins walking out.
Screw that guy.
Ghosts are such a hassle.
Okay.
At least it
You
wasn't
guys have now
Overboy.
uncovered every room, so you no longer need to go. Well, you haven't uncovered the other bathroom, but here's the secret: it's another bathroom.
We should check the other room for brimstone, see if there might be anything left behind when it came through.
That's true. It did still smell of it.
Let's.
So, like I said, you guys are free to move on the map.
Yeah, I assume we're just all going in here. Can't go through that wall.
We're just gonna. We're gonna phase through the walls.
Okay. You guys arrive. There is darkness emanating out of this pit that still smells heavily of brimstone.
Oh, that's right. Ebony cast darkness on it.
I could try to dispel it if you would like. There might be brimstone down there.
We probably need to check.
Alright, dispels the darkness. Or
Alright.
attempts to, at least.
It goes back to its normal, fiery glow.
All right. I guess we'll start searching this area for brimstone.
Yeah.
Looking over the floor, you don't see anything, just the light that seems to pierce out from beneath the floor.
You'll I don't know, how big is the crevice?
They're very small.
Okay.
You might be able to get your rapier if you poke around in there, but that's not gonna fish out any brimstone.
That's fair. He'll peek inside then. To see
Okay.
what's down there.
You peer inside, and what you see is strange. You see a sky, blood red and filled with dark, smoky clouds.
Ah. I don't think that the portal is closed. Well, maybe. I'll roll a religion? I don't know.
Religion or Arcana?
27.
Typically, they close. It's very hard to keep the portals between domains open. The space you are now seems to be in a weird, like, between dimensions. And it might be why this is persisting.
Well, that's one alternative. Could get the brimstone directly from the source. As he taps his rapier on the floor. There appears to be a portal down there.
I don't know if I'd trust jumping into any random portals in the floor.
We do have rope. We can attach it to one of us to go in.
We could attach it to Thabo.
And I have just the spell for the job if you would like. To at least remove the floorboards.
It could work.
First of all, you guys got to get through it. Because there's still a floor in the way.
Yeah. I believe that was the spell that Ebony was talking about.
Yep, she was going to tell everyone to step back and use gravity well to pull the floorboards up.
Okay, alright.
Oh. Move over here then. Just in case this shit moves.
Alright, you give it a wide berth as Ebony incantates, hands gesticulate, and you create a gravity well on the ceiling. And then very stylishly, the floorboards are ripped up and fly to the ceiling, revealing a hole into the infernal plane. Get a point of darkness, because that was lit as shit. As you guys go over to inspect it, you see, as you look down, you're looking at the sky of the infernal plane.
Oh.
So if we're looking at the sky,
Poke.
we're on the ground.
Please hold on to this. And he gives you a wing.
A what?
To either one of you. A wing.
A wing.
He's a bat.
Wing. I thought he said a wig, and I was like, what?
I thought he said a wang.
Both would be met with very differing, confusing reactions.
Alright. So someone grabs your wing.
And he'll like dip his head in.
As
To
you
see
dip
if
your
like
head.
the world inverts.
It does.
Oh, okay.
You see brimstone all around you.
Oh.
He retrieves a pebble for you guys.
Hey, brimstone's brimstone.
Maybe a little more wouldn't hurt. Nobody will also attempt. Well, it's not often you get to see the infernal plane. I may as well try as well. I'm assuming the hole's plenty big enough for both of us to have no problem sticking our head through.
Just be attached to something, because I don't know if the gravity will drag you in or not. I guess it's the ground, so you should be fine. I think.
This is
You
not
lay
really
on your
sexy.
stomach and you reach down. It's a very strange occurrence, as you do so, your hair goes from like being down to like up and back down again. And as jarring as that is, you scoop it up and then you have to actually use your muscles, which you're enfeebled. Make a strength check to pull yourself back out
Oh,
of the
no.
portal.
Somebody just jumps in and they're like,
Sorry, athletics, which might be
Spinning.
the same thing.
Oh,
Surprising, even with the -2, you manage to flex your abs, and you come back with a bunch of brimstone. It's very hot to the touch.
Crap, I'm gonna lose all this lace. Fine, takes off her lace jacket and just bundles the brimstone in it so she doesn't have to hold it directly.
fair.
I'm not the lace.
Could also just attach it to the big ass fucking wyvern.
She doesn't want to give him burns.
He's a break. He breathes fire.
Now, how about this? He can hold it in his mouth.
Yes, Thabo will hold it.
The jacket's already done for anyway.
Dante will just try to see if he can juggle the brimstone pebbles that he got. Real quick.
Just because he can.
He relies on his dead sibling for this role.
Jesus.
31 total.
Your dead sibling is a beast. Alright.
It looks like we've got all the pieces.
Then let's get back to the circle.
Please, I can't wait to burn these stupid love letters.
Alright.
Is that a good catalyst, though? You have a body down here. I guess you guys couldn't see that pic. But technically, where the kitchen is, there was a body there.
We can stop by and grab the body on our way over.
Could be a better alternative.
Just pick
Would it be a better alternative?
what are we using the
What
body
are
for?
you replacing it with?
Like, if you were to replace this like burlap sack with an actual body.
A vestige is a piece of something or history.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we need the sack. I have the hiccups. I guess we make our way back.
Okay.
Making our way.
I do think it's cool that you can't drag yourself through walls, but it's also like
It's a little annoying when you're just trying to fast travel.
Yeah. It has its ups and downs. Anyway, so you guys are here at the circle.
Pull out the book. Follow the instructions for the ritual.
Okay.
letters.
You place down your pieces. What do you place down and what do they represent?
Bubblers are the first thing she puts down for loneliness.
Like they burn to the touch.
Tokens of pure loneliness.
Thebo will set the brimstone in a circle.
Okay.
I don't remember what the brimstone was supposed to represent.
Brimstone from the infernal plane.
Set down the dagger from the shadow as a blade of one forsaken by light.
Okay.
Set down the ghost tier.
For Tears of a Ghost.
For
Pretty
Tears of
explanatory.
Ghost.
Don't remember where we got it.
I
Probably
guess one
important
more
one.
piece.
Dante has
And
the
then
eyeball.
the eyeball of the Nabazu gluttony demon as a piece of one who has seen the abyss. Oh, that actually fits really well because it's an eyeball as well. That was by accident. But he promises that it was on purpose.
Okay. Looking at the ritual requires the use of 3 people. The primary caster must make an arcane roll.
That's gonna be Suzanne because I don't have Arcana.
Mm-mm.
Alrighty, that means Ebony's the primary caster. Does she need to stand in a specific spot, or does she just need to be the primary caster?
You guys
according
can
to
make
the
this as
book?
fun as you want.
No, she'll stand right next to the doll.
Oh God.
She would move the doll more into the center.
Just perfectionism in your occult rituals.
Well, if you're going to summon the shadows, you may as well do it right. For all we know, it could have been slightly out of place that doomed them here.
I know who we're gonna forsake too. Is there a name in the pamphlet of who created the brochure?
Screw this guy.
He lied to us.
Sure.
He lied. We had to fix his problem.
Emil Jorgensen.
All right. We'll add the.
R.I.P. that guy.
We'll be that guy. Glad you guys liked it.
It's fitting.
Technically, you need a vestige of the one you're targeting, but you put down a brochure.
Just put it on top of the doll. We assume it's his hair.
I assume that this guy thought this would be his grandiose gesture to the public.
He's gonna be sitting there and then also like, shadows consume him.
It's gonna be like the scene from Ghost where like the little phantoms come up. Oh my god.
What the hell?
At least you just got a shadow point back.
I did, and I'm
It's
rolling
true.
my own dice.
Okay.
Good lord. If we were doing experience, I'd give you the bad luck award.
That is a 27.
Okay. All right. That is sufficient. You begin the ritual. You sacrifice a point of blood. 1 hit point to begin the ritual. The next one must make an occultism roll.
All right.
In the final one, we'll have to make a religion roll.
Oof.
I don't have religion.
Do you have
All right.
occultism?
You want to go for the occultism?
Occultism. That's why I will roll the occultism.
Yep. That will
You
be
sure?
sufficient. As you begin to incantate, you begin to light the individual pieces that very quickly catch to flame. And the
Okay.
final religion roll.
All right.
Big
Nat
money.
20!
Perfect ending.
The ritual calls for you to stand over the doll and to Vestige and strike it with the dagger, with the utmost conviction and hatred in your heart.
It makes so much sense.
Especially if the pamphlet's on the doll.
Fair.
Striking you, suddenly, everything begins shaking. You start to hear a voice emanating from the circle. Everything starts to go pitch black. Even those with dark vision lose sight. And then suddenly, you guys are back on the material plane. The doll is suddenly in the brochure, wrapped over by shadow, and then pulled through the circle.
Glad he appreciated the offering.
After that, the circle dies down, the blood runes are no longer lit, and all the ashes blow away. You have successfully completed the ritual, and doomed Emil Jorgensen to the shadow plane.
That's his own fault.
If you don't mind, I'd like to hold on to this book for study purposes.
Feel free to.
I don't have any reason to tell you no. I'm gonna keep the evil book.
Oh, it's on the shadow plane. It's her home.
True.
And with that, you guys leave after stealing a few more snacks from the buffet for the Inner Demons workshop that was not about inner demons. Parting paths and never to meet again, unless the darkness calls. Congratulations!
Fantastic.
It's a little hairy there a couple times, but nobody died forever permanently, so it's fine.
I'm glad you guys appreciated the target, though.
Oh yeah.
We were all like, oh, yes, that dude.
I think my favorite scene out of this so far has to be Dante, the small little fruit bat, convincing a weeping ghost on the toilet while both of us are standing in the back like, I'm not dealing with this shit.
If Sabari opened her mouth, I was just gonna make shit go bad. I was like, nope.
Alex is watching. We got to catch the end of that. That's great. Well, I had fun. I enjoyed the the one shot, Cameron.
Good time.
I was feeling particularly blah today, but I'm glad that the fun of it caught on, and I was able to go at it.
Yeah, we kind of started off kind of slow, but you guys kind of by the time
Sleepy.
you guys were talking to the ghost, everyone was really getting into it. But I'm glad you guys enjoyed. It was fun to make this game for edgelords. Having a mix. I wanted to have a variety of like edgy things. There's demons, there's devils, shadow beings. You guys spitting on the concept of love.
Also, high five everybody. Everybody made an edgy character without going into rogue. I thought we would have at least
That's
one.
true.
I
That's
thought somebody
extra
else would
bonus
pick
points.
Rogue, and I was like, no rogue.
And this is Bep, your first foray into Pathfinder. How'd you like it?
It was fun. I had a good time.
It's a little different from D&D. There's a lot more rules.
It is different, but I can understand some of it now. Slowly but surely.
And we got to play with some new things. Your animal companion was really fun to mess around with.
Very necessary tank.
Devin got to play a tiny character, which had some interesting extra benefits.
It's true.
I do want to ask before we end the stream, because we're not doing experience or anything, so it's going to be a pretty short post-game. What was your guys' favorite part of this edgy adventure?
Doing a meal was definitely one of the top ones for sure. But also interacting with the ghost. I had a lot of fun with that one.
Like all of us just dunking on Loverboy. Don't know who he is. Won't ever know who he is. But man, sucks.
I think actually just dipping temporarily into the plane of hell, it's an experience not many characters get, being able to do that and just get back safely. Well, safely as we could for halfway between worlds.
It's fair. You're lucky no other demons came by. But okay, I'm gonna let you all go. Bep looks like she's about ready to crash at the monitor.
I gotta go take my dog outside.
I am curious, was the horned devil the alternative to the brimstone?
No. It was just that circle I mentioned from the very second you guys got close. It smells of brimstone. It smells of brimstone. It smells of brimstone. So
That's fair.
it was very obviously what you were supposed to target.
Okay.
So glad I got to use gravity well creatively.
Yes.
It was pretty epic. And you guys pieced it together once you guys found the shadow elementals dropping those pieces of loot. You're like, oh, these are the people who fucked up. And it's like, yeah, they were. And they were turned into shadows.
Oh, what were you guys' archetypes for the secondary set of classes you guys picked up? Because you had your main class and then the archetype you dipped into.
I had the familiar master dedication.
Okay. I was scout.
You have a dedication thing in your feat section. It's past Bep's bedtime. It's a hard question. to
Yeah,
ask.
I'm trying. I don't know what I'm looking for though.
It would be under under the section for your class feats. It would be that section below it.
Oh, they had the Eldritch Researcher dedication.
Go.
I really liked the game. Definitely had a minor corpse party kind of feel to it.
A bit, yeah.
It was good. It was fun.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and let. Oh wait, Scholarly Defense. Wait, is no. It's not an abomination. I don't think the Nabasu is an abomination. No, it's not.
Nah, it's a demon, I think.
Yeah, because it's a hunger demon.
Yeah, just looking over Bep stuff to see what we forgot. You did have a cantrip. I totally forgot what cantrip it was.
I don't remember. Oh, message.
You had a message.
To be
Valuable.
fair, we rarely split the party.
Valuable if we ever did, though.
It's okay. Next time
Message.
you play, it'll be a level 1 character, and you'll be able to have a much easier character sheet to hopefully decipher and not have as many things. Because you got a lot of Pathfinder in general, you just get a lot of things you can do, for better or worse.
Yeah.
But all right, we're gonna go ahead and thank you all for watching so much. If you haven't done so already, please follow to see more amazing content like this. This will be the end for Anecdotes of Grandeur for a little bit, unless we pick up some more one-shots. Though next Tuesday will be our normal Whispers in the Dark Pathfinder game. So if you want to see that, we'll be starting at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We will be starting maybe next week or the week after on Monday our Cradle to Crypt game, as our schedules have come back around. Hopefully things get better. Our month hiatus will be done. And I'm also starting another game with Bep soon. I'm still finalizing some schedules and still trying to figure out like what my sleep schedule is going to be like after Suzanne starts her new job. So, starts her new official hours, which will be next week. So Bep will be joining us for that game as well. So hope y'all had fun. Thank you so much to my players. Go ahead and say goodnight, everyone.
Good night.
Good
Nighty
night.
night.
All right, see you guys later.